Good afternoon. I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis here in the 10 TV studio. I want to provide you with an update of some of the storms that are moving in. I know, especially if you're in Columbus, you're starting to see the skies darken a bit, and you may be wondering about outdoor activities. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of walk you through what we're seeing. Nothing that necessarily warrants me going on the air to kind of do a little tour of radar, show you what to expect, go over some of the severe thunderstorm warnings because there are some storms that are producing some pretty gusty winds, a lot of lightning with this. Let me start with the warnings because there are a lot to go through here. There's really 2 or 3 that are in place, and some of these have a little bit more information that I want to pass along to you. So let me move this just a bit so you can see those. Fayette, Ross County until 3:30 p.m. That's the first severe thunderstorm warning, and it is this one here for Washington Courthouse. Then a little farther down the line, we do have for Pike, Ross until 3:30, so kind of an extension of that. The other one I do want to mention is the newest one that's been issued. That's going to be for Fairfield, Hocking, Pickaway, Ross County. That's going to go until 4:15. It's this one that's now kind of moved ahead of this, and I'll explain why. That's a little bit of a setup here in just a moment. Farther to the south, and the one that really has my attention, is this thunderstorm warning that has a tornado possible wording. And what that just means here is that along the line of storms, there is a little bit of rotation that has been spinning up. It's very broad, it's very weak. We're watching that line to see if there's any kinks in that line. If that's the case, a tornado warning could be issued, but right now it has not been. Now, the reason why there's this little extension of the line with severe thunderstorm warnings is because this is the part of the storm that looks like it's going to hold together with severe criteria. Severe criteria being 60-mile-per-hour winds or greater, and also hail that's the size of about a quarter, so an inch in diameter. That is the only part of the line at this point that the National Weather Service has extended. The rest of the line is still there and is still going to be causing some gusty winds under severe criteria, some very heavy rain at times, and also a lot of lightning, but it doesn't reach severe criteria. But again, that's why I'm here on the stream to let you know what's happening, especially as this approaches Columbus and some of the areas to the farther south and west. We're already starting to see a couple of little pop-ups even ahead of the line, which are leading to a little bit of lightning. Now, normally we wouldn't necessarily be this aggressive with what are non-tornadic storms, but we want to let you know that there's a lot of people out and about today. It's a holiday weekend, it's a Sunday, there are festivals going on, there are things happening this evening, and this is certainly going to be a little bit of a concern for people that are outdoors with all of the lightning that's associated with it. A little bit of a wider picture also gives you an idea of what's going on with the system. The southern half of this, really from about maybe say Dayton and points to the south, has really accelerated a bit, which means it's likely producing some pretty gusty winds. Because of that, that's why we have the line of severe thunderstorm warnings that really extends all the way down into Kentucky, even down past the Tennessee line. There, the storms have been producing some rotation. There have been some tornado warnings. This part of the line, as of yet, has yet to see any tornado warnings that have been produced. The northern part of this line is easing back a bit. Now, that's going to cause a couple of problems. It's not moving as quickly. It's still producing some heavy rain and some lightning. Because it is moving a little bit more slowly, we would start to worry a little bit about some minor flooding here as this progresses east. But I think it's moving with a good enough clip that we may bypass some of the flooding concern with this round. There may be another round later this evening that causes a problem. Everyone essentially is under a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 p.m., but we do have the areas that have severe thunderstorm warnings, meaning the conditions are right at the moment for those severe thunderstorms. Most of these are going to be wind concerns, gusty winds with the line as it moves through, but I have seen a couple of reports of some hail when these storms were into parts of maybe Cincinnati. Now, a little bit of a different look here. The severe thunderstorm warnings still outlined in the orange. You do see this kind of box that covers that line. This is basically the National Weather Service issuing what is essentially just a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. They call it a special weather statement. It just means that some weather is moving through. It's just below severe criteria, but we want to give you a heads up. Essentially, it goes to the Indiana line and all the way down to, say, Circleville. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. Let me get you the new information on that. That one is going to be, you see it flashing there, Athens, Perry, Vinton County, all the way farther to the south here until 4:30. Let me move the map slightly so you can see. That's going to continue moving through. I think the southern end of this is likely going to end up being warned until it exits the viewing area. From about Columbus north, I think we may get by without seeing the actual severe thunderstorm warning. Doesn't mean you're not going to see a storm, because I still think a storm is going to be likely with this as it moves through. We're already starting to see some of the storms redevelop. There is a little bit of a break here, a disconnect in the line. This part of the line is pushing through now. This part of the line, it's actually got a little bit more of a northern component, so there may be, especially if you're in, say, Columbus or maybe Marysville, there may be a chance that you won't see quite the impact from some of the storms as those areas a little farther to the south. Chillicothe, maybe over to Zanesville there. Let's talk about some of the radar, because the one thing that I have been noticing, and I'm going to turn off the radar, the lightning here in just a moment so you can really get a good idea of how heavy the rain is at times. I was talking about that special weather statement a little bit earlier, but let me show you what's happening with the actual radar. There is one little bit of a spin, one little notch in the line that I've been tracking here. A little farther to the south and east, there's another little notch in the line. The reason I'm pointing those out is because we do watch those to see if there's any bit of rotation. Also, occasionally you'll get these little bookend vortices, we call them, where the line is pushing out ahead of this, and much like when you push your oars through the water if you're in a boat or a canoe, it creates little eddies on the water. Every now and then we'll get those at the end of some of these lines. So something we're going to track. What I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to do a little bit of radar analysis, so bear with me. We're going to kind of track these along together to see if there's anything that I'm concerned about. Certainly some gusty winds. Let me remove that so it's not in the way. Certainly some gusty winds at times, but I'm not seeing anything here that's leading me to believe that there's any significant rotation. That is good news, and let's cross our fingers that that's going to continue to be the case. Otherwise, the warning's likely going to continue at least moving east. Whether or not we'll see Columbus proper go under a severe thunderstorm warning, well, there's an additional warning back to the west now for that back half of the line. That may be feeding off of some of the heating of the day. We'll continue to watch that. That's not quite in our area, but it's going to get a little bit closer, something that we'll certainly be watching. This is the radial velocity. Again, I'm just going to keep this up here and tune back into this every now and then, because what I want to be able to do is make sure that there's no kind of kinks in that little line, as I've been saying, to see if there's any rotation. So let me just want to move the map. Where I'm really watching is where that one little spin up was here, and then the line is kind of draped farther to the south. This is the part of the line that has really some gusty winds. So a little spin up is not out of the realm of possibility. In fact, when we go back to the warnings map, I'm going to check to see if they put any tornado possible wording with this new warning that just came out. The National Weather Service will do that if they say, well, we see some broad rotation or some indications that a quick spin up is possible, but we're not seeing anything like that just yet. Certainly nothing yet that warrants a tornado warning, because at the moment we do not have any. Continuing to see a couple of little fire ups here farther to the west into parts of Madison County. We are watching that. And then in the far extreme west of Columbus here, watching just a couple of quick little fire ups. But the main event is just a little farther to the south, maybe over Washington Courthouse down to Chillicothe, and then points to the south. All of this is in general lifting from the southwest to the north and east. I think in Columbus you probably have at least another, depending on which side of town you're on, at least another 15 minutes to maybe 30 minutes. If you're on the northeast side, maybe closer to 30 minutes, but I really think you should be moving indoors. There is some lightning with this. At the very least, you're going to see some heavy downpours. Give it about maybe a couple of hours, maybe an hour, hour and a half, and I think the rest of this will be through, and you're going to likely get a break until we get until later tonight when the next round moves through. But let this line go through, and then you may get a pleasant evening out of this. It may actually cool the temperatures down a bit. In fact, you can see Washington Courthouse has already cooled down to 75. Temperatures currently into the 80s right now. This is what the storms are feeding off of. The upper level support is really what's helping to trigger the storms or develop the storms, but the surface conditions are certainly giving a little bit of fuel to that fire. Now, the Storm Prediction Center has been kind of all over this for the past few days. This is where the bullseye was, and this is where the storms develop. But as they track east, there's enough energy that it's going to at least sustain them. But we're thinking that these are going to weaken as they move across the area. So the trend here is for weakening of this entire line, although, again, that new warning has just been issued to our west. So something we'll have to watch. Will the whole thing march across the area? Yes. Will it have severe thunderstorms during that entire time? Something that still warrants watching. The southern half of the line, I think, is a pretty safe bet. Probably going to see severe thunderstorm warnings go essentially all the way across the state into West Virginia. From Columbus north, it may be a little bit more spotted in nature, depending on if we get any quick little fire ups or quick little increases in the winds or the velocity of some of the storms, some of the winds in the storms. Quickly, I want to show you again the wind gusts. I have not seen any of these gusts go up to severe criteria just yet, but it really takes the storm moving directly over one of these sensors before we get that. Doesn't happen very often, but every now and then you'll see one of these numbers tick up to around 40 or maybe 50 miles per hour. The winds have really been somewhat marginal with some of these severe storms. I think the National Weather Service is issuing a lot of these warnings out of an abundance of caution because it is a holiday. It's a Sunday afternoon. People are really outside enjoying what has overall been a pretty nice weekend. Want to make sure that you don't let your guard down and are watching these storms. The one thing that I mentioned a little bit earlier about this new severe thunderstorm warning is that it does not have the tornado possible wording, which means that the National Weather Service doesn't see that rotation or that quick little spin up that maybe they were seeing a little farther south of this line. In fact, if I move the map, I may be able to pull that one up. Let's see if it hits it. There's so many warnings that have popped up. By the way, look at the warnings all the way down south into Kentucky. We can keep going. There are a couple of tornado warnings that popped up here a little bit earlier, but thankfully it looks like those, see, this is the type of wording that they're having to issue farther to the south where there's a lot of rotation. We don't have that this far to the north because the rotation is really a little bit stronger, at least the possibility of the atmosphere to lead to rotation is a little bit stronger farther to the south. Not so much here, but all it takes is one quick little spin up for a tornado warning to be issued, and it's something that we're going to be tracking. Let's go back to the radar because I know you're probably tuning in, wondering what's going on. By the way, just to reset, I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis here in the 10 TV studio, tracking what is a line of storms moving through. Now, some of you are under severe thunderstorm warnings. We're going to keep an eye on those. Currently, most of the storms are south and west of Columbus, but some of you are seeing some storms roll through. Good bit of lightning with these, and even if you don't go under a severe thunderstorm warning, I do want you to make sure you're seeking shelter from these storms, not because of the gusty winds necessarily, although there probably will be some, because there's a lot of lightning with this. The lightning is going to be my biggest concern. There's a lot of people out and about today, and they have been enjoying a pretty nice, almost summer-like weekend. But that summertime weather, the heat and humidity we've been seeing, it's leading to some of these storms that are producing very heavy rains and some lightning along with it. The severe thunderstorm warnings were confined to the southern half of this system, but as we mentioned, a little farther to the west, Dayton, now starting to see some severe thunderstorm warnings pop off as this part of the system lifts really a little bit more to the north. This is accelerating to the east while kind of this northern part is starting to lift to the north. If nothing else, we may be starting to get what we call a little mesoscale vortex starting to form, a little spin in the atmosphere. Every now and then we have to watch that because some of that spin can translate to the surface and a quick little spin up could be possible. So it's the reason why I'm here. It's the reason why I'm kind of tracking you, walking you through this, at least until it passes the metro. But we want to make sure that everyone stays safe. And I know what you've probably been doing is you either got the push alert or you said, hey, the skies are darkening. I don't know if we should maybe have that picnic outdoors, checking with your phone. It's why I'm going to walk you through kind of what's happening here. Just to let you know, the severe thunderstorm watch is going to go until 8 p.m. However, I do think that once this line goes through, and this is the line of severe thunderstorm warnings, the pink is the watch, the orange is the warnings. Once that moves through, they'll probably trim this back or at least keep an eye to see if anything redevelops. Find it a little difficult to believe that we'll probably be under that for the entire time frame all the way up until 8 p.m., but we'll have to see what happens. Again, I've been showing you this product because this kind of brighter shade here is just where the National Weather Service is issuing what we call special weather statements, which means that it's not quite severe criteria, but they know that there's a line of storms moving through and want to make sure that they're at least kind of letting people know, hey, there's a line of storms coming through. It's not quite severe. 50-mile-per-hour winds could be possible. For a severe thunderstorm warning, 60 is the threshold, 60 miles per hour, or inch in diameter hail. Let me do something real quick. Let me actually go to some of our storm reports because I want to see if any storm reports have been coming up. And I may step off camera just a moment to check in with a couple of things. So we do have a new report that's just come in. Let me see if I can get that one to pop up here. So this one was in Fayette County. Large trees down in the Washington Courthouse area. So this was as of about 3:11. So this was about 19 minutes ago. So there are certainly some gusty winds, and because of that, in fact, thinking back to that time frame, it's one of the reasons why they extended that one part of the warning a little farther out to the north and east, because they certainly got confirmation that there were some gusty winds here, at least enough to bring down some large trees. So watch for that as that part of the storm, and I'm going to go back to the radar to put that in. Let me just clear that off of the map and then show you where that's headed, because I think that is one of the stronger parts of the storm. and I'll remove that so you can see. So it's this little area right here, and as it lifts north and east, there's one of the warnings that's in place right now. It looks like they've now dropped the warning farther to the south and west. You can see the warning that continues. And just to update you, if you're just joining us, let me actually switch back to my other computer tool here just so I can move the map. I like to be able to move the map just a bit so I can put the information right where I want it, right there. So 2 severe thunderstorm warnings technically at the moment. I'll ignore the one that's just out of range here for the moment. But Fairfield, Hocking, Pickaway, Ross, there's more counties included in that, but our computer has a 4-county minimum there. Just know the areas outlined in this kind of orange shade. That one's going to go until 4:15. We have an additional warning. It's a little bit farther down the line. It's going to go until 4:30. These are issued because of the gusty winds. Possibility of some larger hail, but really it's the gusty winds with that line. And looking back, we are seeing some damage with some gusty winds. Not huge amounts of damage, but there may be a couple of spots along that line that are producing some gusty winds. The one thing I'll add here, and I've been mentioning it, so if you're just joining us, I'm just going to mention it again. Earlier, some of these severe thunderstorm warnings had a tornado possible wording. I don't see that now. That's good news. It means that the rotation that might have been contained within that line has weakened. I'm certainly not seeing that at the moment. Let me make sure I still have my pan tool because this is what we call our velocity scan. Essentially, this is measuring winds. This allows me to look at what's happening with the winds in the storm. One means away, one means towards. That can imply a circulation, but I'm not seeing anything like that. Along that line of storms, there are some areas where some gustier winds, these brighter colors are showing, but nothing that's really anything to write home about. Let me see if I can move the map and have it switch to a different radar. Yeah, there we go. Let me move that out of the way. Really, again, I'm not seeing anything that's kind of mind-blowing at this point. Something I'll watch, but nothing that's kind of really crazy. You can see some of the stronger winds as they push through Washington Courthouse. There was one little kind of area of some gusty winds that moved through, and maybe what helped to bring down some of those large trees with that storm report that we just saw. The other thing that I've noticed here, and you can make it out a little bit in the radar, is that we're starting to see a little bit of some minor rotation there that showed up on the radar. Haven't seen that. It's been very broad. Haven't really seen that in the velocity scan. It really hasn't tightened up enough that it's something to write home about, but we'll keep our eye on it. That notch as well, we saw that one a little bit earlier, and then the second one that we're keeping an eye on here, I mentioned a bookend vortex. That's one that we'll have to watch. I mentioned the oar through the water kind of analogy where you're in a canoe and you put your oar through the water and it spins up a little whirlpool as you move on by. Think of that as you're pushing the oar through the atmosphere here. You get these little spin ups on the end. We call them bookend vortices. They're usually at the bookends. You may see them at the top and at the bottom of one of these lines of some pretty gusty winds. This is a relatively weak line, severe when we're talking about severe weather, this is kind of marginal criteria, but there are some areas of some gusty winds, and you should treat it as make sure you're seeking shelter if you're going to be in any of these areas out ahead of it. Let's do a couple of things here. Let me move the map a bit. I'm actually going to step off camera just so I can get a speed estimate from what the National Weather Service is saying here as far as how quickly these storms are going. Just bear with me one moment. I just want to make one update because I definitely want to show you a couple of things that may help us get a good sense of timing on this. First, let me put up the severe warnings. And when I do that, I just want to query the first warning because I want to get a sense of how quickly these storms are moving. Bear with me just one moment. Moving east at 45 miles per hour. That's exactly what I wanted to know. So, what I want to do is I want to track this because I want to let you know if you're out ahead of this, where this is heading. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to query this. I'm actually going to go to tracking and we're going to go to a squall line. And once I do that, what I want to do is I want to take the last frame and I'm going to draw a little box here and we're going to track this. We're going to go east with a little bit of a north component at about 45 miles per hour. And once we do that, we'll kind of give you an idea of when the storms are going to arrive. So Circleville 336, it's essentially on top of you at this point, and we can kind of see that leading edge. Although the good news is you may be able to move right between these two heavier cells that are kind of passing on by. You're still going to see some heavy rain and some lightning and likely some gusty winds, but at least the worst of it may be either side of you. Then when we get to Amanda there at 350, 402 for Lancaster, we're talking about Pickerington at 416 and New Lexington at 426. So that puts us out about 50 minutes beyond where we are currently. And I did kind of clip the southern end of Columbus here. And the reason I did that is because this part of the line is moving east at about 45. But this part of the line is actually drifting to the north. And so it's not going to be, it's going to be apples and oranges comparison here. This is probably going to take a little bit longer to move through places like London and maybe up into, let's say, Hilliard, which is still seeing some kind of scattered showers or storms roll through. The line is a little further to the south. So let me clear that out of here, show you kind of what we're expecting. We are looking at the storms to probably take about another 45 minutes before they move through the metro. It is going to help to cool you down. Your temperatures will go from the 70s or from the 80s into the 70s. You may briefly be able to cool down into the 60s. Look at this, 72 for Washington Courthouse. Probably going to see those numbers pop back up a little bit once the rain moves by. And the good news is the bulk of the severe weather, at least the triggering of the severe weather, was farther to our south and southwest, past or really beyond Cincinnati. We're dealing with the spillover, so this whole system is trying to move through, but it's going to be weakening as it does so. Southern end of the line is still holding its own, and it's the one that's producing the most severe weather with gusty winds, but we're still tracking some of those areas farther to the west as well to see if they pop up any of the new warnings. Chillicothe just had a gust of 30 miles per hour, but so far I haven't seen anything more than that outside of a couple of damage reports that have come in. Let me actually go back to that real quick because I just want to try to see if I can put a couple of things on the map here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can have any new storm reports that are going to show up here. Let me just bring that up. We had the one earlier that was in Washington Courthouse. That's the one there. I'll pop it up on the screen, remove the tools so you can see it. Large trees down, Washington Courthouse area. This was as of about maybe 30 minutes ago, not quite 30 minutes ago, but it is the only report that I have. Now, usually reports are a bit delayed, so they're as much as maybe an hour delayed before someone actually calls it in, reports it, it gets to the National Weather Service, and it ends up showing up on our screen. However, it could be that, or it could be just that the storms have weakened and we're not seeing any reports. So when you're kind of in this window of when things are happening, there's always a little bit of a waiting game when it comes to your storm reports. Severe thunderstorm warnings. We have the one that's farther back to the west, Greene, Miami, Montgomery, and Clark County. And then we're now tracking this next batch, or this earlier batch that's still progressing to the east. For the most part, it looks like the strongest of the storms, and we kind of expected this, may miss Columbus. You're still going to be dealing with heavy rain. There's still going to be a good bit of lightning, but I don't think it's going to be quite as much as perhaps we would have otherwise. We're kind of between these two systems, this part of the storm and this part of the storms. And if I move the map, you'll see there's a good bit of lightning here, especially in the eastern part of Indiana. Then there's a little bit of a break in some of the heaviest or strongest of the storms. We'll have to watch this area because I am seeing a larger spin in the atmosphere, and I'm hoping that that doesn't translate to the surface. One thing very quickly while I'm thinking about that is let me just look real quick to see if there's anything there that warrants any concern. I'm not seeing anything at the moment, but maybe I should get in a little bit closer and just see if there's anything that pops up. And the reason why I want to do that is because I don't want to be caught off guard by any quick little spin-ups. These are not going to be if we do happen to see any type of tornadic activity today, it's not going to be something that you're going to see coming from a long time away. You're going to track it moving through the entire area. It's going to be quick, it's going to be difficult to see, and it's going to be something that you really kind of have to get ahead of before it pops up. Maybe some minor rotation here. We're pretty close to the radar, but I'm looking right about there. That would be on the northwest side of Dayton. That's a good ways away. I just want to get ahead of it. What I'm hoping is we don't see a tornado warning issued here for multiple reasons, for a multitude of reasons. One, because I don't want to see a tornado warning, but also because it could mean that maybe the atmosphere is changing a little bit and we're starting to see some rotation develop across the area. In the meantime, here's the line of storms. If you're just tuning in, I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis here in the 10 TV studio, tracking some of the storms that are moving through. This is live coverage. We're not obviously breaking in to television, but we've got this wonderful streaming opportunity. So we want to make sure that with so many events that are happening today and into tomorrow, you're probably wanting to know what's happening with the weather. So we are tracking some of these storms. And by the way, let's see if we can get an update on how many lightning strikes we're seeing. We're seeing 27 strikes, but we're definitely going to see those numbers increase when you look a little farther south. Let me see if I can maybe do a little bit of a different query here. Let me get all of the lightning strikes that we're going to see. And give me the query tool. I'll outline that entire area. Okay, now, look, a couple of things here I just noticed. Now, I'm actually going to skip over that. And the reason why is because the National Weather Service did just issue a tornado warning for the areas northwest of Dayton. This is the exact area that I was just looking at. This is why I got in a little bit closer earlier. That's a little concerning. Now, you also notice the direction. It's moving north because this part of the system is drifting north. But what it tells me is that we're going to have to be very careful to watch these quick little spin-ups. And Kyle, our director's in there, probably heard me, or if he's listening to me, may have heard me say tornado warning. It's not for our area, so we're good. We're going to continue here where we are. But anytime I see something like that in our area, what we'll do is we'll kind of pause. We'll do a quick little cut-in for our television viewers, breaking in and letting them know that there's a tornado warning. But at the moment, this is just outside of our area, over to the north and west of Dayton. This is kind of what we expected. This is what along the line we were concerned about. Areas that get a quick little spin up. And this is what we were noticing when I was watching the radar. There's a kind of a spin here in the atmosphere that you see, and showing up on velocity, there was a little bit of a spin in that northwestern corner, and I can show it to you real quick, and then I'll get back a little closer to home because some of you may be trying to watch the radar. The other thing we'll have to watch is there may be a little bit of a spin developing there too. So let me get right into the relative velocity. Let me start with the base velocity first and see if anything pops up. There's a very, very broad, nothing like what we're seeing over here to Dayton. Let me see if I can move the map a little bit. It was right over in this area. This is not the best view that I can see of it, but let me move the map again just to see if anything shows up. It's kind of interesting that that's the area that I was drawn to, and sure enough, that's where the National Weather Service issued that warning. It's looking a little bit better in this latest scan, but I think that's going to be the nature of the storms today. They're going to be quick spin-ups. Again, if you're just joining us, I'm tracking the storms moving through central Ohio, but just want to give you a little cautionary tale here that Miami, Montgomery County over here northwest of Dayton, they do have a tornado warning because there's been a quick little spin up. And I say it's a cautionary tale because we don't want to see that along the line of storms that are rolling through right now. I'm going to let this play and just give me a moment to kind of look at this because I want to analyze it and see if there's anything that has me a little concerned. There's a couple of little notches here along the line that we're going to have to watch. Right now, it's just severe thunderstorm warnings for Lancaster areas to the south and east from there all the way down, kind of moving past Circleville right now, kind of past Chillicothe, but there's still a line there. And I know that's a bit of a different view than what you're used to. Here's the more standard, traditional view. There's a little bit of a spin here, and it's very reminiscent, although not quite as broad as the overall spin that we're tracking rolling through Dayton right now. The one thing about what's rolling through Dayton is look at all the heavy rain that's coming down with that, and that rotation is embedded within that. If we see something like that today in our area, I think it's going to be a similar situation. It's not going to be one of those things that you're going to have a crisp, clear view of it moving your way. It's going to be embedded, unfortunately, within some heavier rain. Moving the map a little bit, you can see some of the heavier rain starting to approach, say, London, or moving through London right now, all the way down to Circleville. It's past Chillicothe, although you have some of that heavier rain on the backside moving through. Let me get in a little bit closer, and we'll maybe do a little tour of the radar just to kind of get our bearings just a bit. We'll get in a little bit closer. Hilliard, you can see some of the rain. It's been off and on there. You've had a couple of quick little showers to roll through. I want to change back to my pan tool so I can move around the map. It just makes it a little bit easier for me to get around. So if you're in Columbus right now, really 270 overall has been dry, but now starting to see this creep in from the south and west. Likely some lightning, should probably be going indoors, making sure you're taking precautions. If there's any temporary setups like tents and things for any of the festivals or outdoor activities, may want to see if you can secure those or take them down quickly enough. If it might be running out of time at this point, especially if you're on the southwest side. You don't have a severe thunderstorm warning, but some of these storms may be producing some gusty winds, even if you aren't in the area where we're talking about some of the severe thunderstorm warnings. There's my map tool again. For some reason, I lost it there for a moment. Let me go back to the pan tool and see if I can bring this map. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. So Harrisburg starting to see some of the heaviest rain down to Mount Sterling. Darbyville on the map here. You see the line. This is the weaker part of the line, and we may be just in the right spot that the weakest part of the line moves through the city. Now, I know that's not good for those of you that are not in the city that are watching or dealing with some of this heavier part of the line, but from Asheville down to Clear Creek, Baltimore, Lancaster, you're seeing again the storm just on your doorstep. It's not too far off. And then we do see kind of the heavier part of the storm now moving through Laurel. And there is an area here that has a little bit of a spin to it. So it is something that I'm going to watch. I'm just going to step off camera real quick, just do a quick check. Again, every now and then I just like to step off camera to see if there's anything that I'm missing. Sometimes when I'm in front of the camera, I can't get all of the information at my fingertips. So just bear with me real quick. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that radar zoomed out just a bit so you can get a good idea of what's going on. National Weather Service was confirming that tightening circulation northwest of Dayton. Again, not in our viewing area, but it's the reason why they issued that tornado warning. They're saying that others may also develop within that general area within the next 30 minutes. So we'll have to keep an eye on that kind of overall larger area. And what I'm talking about is this area right in here, really from Dayton, maybe about to move through Springfield and Urbana, maybe up to Bellefontaine. I think we'll see all of this lift north. This part of the line is going to move generally east, maybe with a little bit of a northeast component. And while I'm over here at the computer and I can do it a little bit more quickly, I just want to zoom into these areas to see if there's any circulation. It's very broad. I'm not seeing anything that concerns me at the moment, but I'm definitely going to keep an eye on it. Let me reset just to kind of, for those of you that are maybe tuning in because you're out and about, and you maybe got a push alert and you said, hey, what's going on with the weather? The skies are getting darker. I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis here in the 10 TV Weather Center. Do want to mention that we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings that are out. We also have a tornado warning, but this is over into Dayton. But I want you to keep an eye on that. I want you to also know that this line could have quick little spin-ups. These aren't going to be large supercell storms that we're going to track move across multiple counties. They're going to be weak, but they're going to be something that we'll have to watch very carefully. The line is essentially moving through. The southern end of the line is producing some gusty winds, enough that severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued by the National Weather Service. It's also producing some pretty heavy rain, especially where it's not moving very quickly, maybe west of Columbus. If you're going to be driving on Interstate 70, notice how the line is starting to align with Interstate 70. That means that driving is going to be a bit rough. If you give about another hour for the system to move through, I think you'll have much better conditions, much better driving conditions, and it's also going to be just a bit safer. I think that's going to depend on where you are. If you're in Columbus, I think you've probably got maybe an hour and 15 minutes before this is kind of moved out and you start to see things improve. If you're farther south, you may have only about 30 minutes or so more of this rain before it moves on by. It's also a good bit of lightning, so keep that in mind. A lot of people are out and about. It's holiday weekend, it's Sunday. Overall, it's been a pretty nice forecast. We've had warm conditions, humid, people are out and about. And this lightning, it can certainly be something that I want you to take seriously, because more so than the gusty winds, the severe thunderstorm warnings, or even the tornadoes, lightning can be just as deadly, if not even more so, because you often don't have a lot of warning when it comes to lightning, because there's a lot of lightning strikes here that aren't within severe thunderstorm warnings. What I'm doing here is I'm just trying to kind of give you an update, keep you posted of what's happening with the storm. We often put up the live radar so you can watch it, but I figured why not kind of walk people through what's happening and also be in place in the event that we do have something like a tornado warning that pops up in our area. This is to the west, but something we want to watch for sure. Good bit of lightning as well. Now, if you are north of Columbus, if you are east of Columbus, I think that the line is going to push through within the next hour or so. It may take it about an hour, maybe an hour and a half to move through completely, depending on when it moves on by. There is a bit of a break behind it. There may be some light showers, but the line will move through. It'll probably take 45 to maybe an hour of time to move on by, and then we should get a break, but there's another chance for some scattered showers and even a few storms moving through. Hey, quick thing. This is a new update here from the Severe Thunderstorm Watch from the National Weather Service until 8 p.m. But I said a little bit earlier, if you've been watching for a while, that some of the areas to the south and west, I couldn't imagine that they would leave the severe thunderstorm watch up that long. Where the storms have cleared out, they've cleared the severe thunderstorm watch. So I have a good feeling that once this line passes through, they'll start to trim back more and more of these counties. until the line has moved by, and then we may actually get into a pretty pleasant evening with much lower temperatures, and maybe the humidity will come down a little bit as well. A different look. Severe thunderstorm warnings, that's outlined in the orange. There's another severe thunderstorm warning here into parts of Dayton, really north and west of Dayton. And then your eye is drawn to this tornado warning, a brief little spin up there on the northwest side of Dayton, kind of drifting to the north. We'll have to watch this area because there is some overall spin here. Generally, this is lifting to the north, but it may move through enough that Bell Fountain, Delaware, Marysville, we may have to just keep our eye on that. There's also this kind of brighter shade that you see that really takes up a lot more real estate. We turn that on because it's called a special weather statement. Basically, the National Weather Service issues it when it's not quite severe thunderstorm criteria, or it's something of interest or of concern that doesn't really fall under any type of warning. Just want to let you know that that's just because these storms are producing lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds, what you would expect with summertime-like thunderstorms. That's what's moving through right now. I want you to be cautious about it. Let me move around the map just a little bit just to show you. Again, Marysville over to Delaware, the rain's starting to onset. If you're in Columbus right now, the rain is essentially upon you, but the heaviest rain is not quite here just yet. Farther to the south, Circleville over to Lancaster, we're looking at some of the heavier rain just moving through. Circleville, I think the heaviest is beyond you, but you're still going to have rain at least for maybe another 20 minutes or so. Then it should start to shut down slowly. I don't think it's going to end completely. It may still sprinkle a little bit, but if you're looking to maybe get back outside, give this another hour or so, and then I think you're going to look a lot better past that time frame. If you're from, say, Lancaster, maybe down to Chillicothe, and all points to the east, maybe over to Zanesville to Cambridge, I think you've got a little bit of a bumpy ride ahead of you. These are the parts of the storm that are really dealing with some gusty winds. This is where the storm, at least the line of storms, has been the strongest. It is weakening, or at least has not strengthened. It may be just kind of holding its own, but we're not seeing quite as strong of storms as we did a little bit earlier. So those areas, I just want you to keep in mind that if you've been outdoors or you know someone that's outdoors, maybe you're watching from your phone or kind of checked out the website and said, hey, what's going on? Just wanted to let you know that these areas have a little bit longer before your danger is over. North of Columbus, Delaware to Marysville up to maybe Marion, I think all of this is going to lift north. It should be more of a steady rain, maybe with at times some heavier downpours. You'll probably hear a couple of rumbles of thunder. The winds may briefly become a little bit gusty, but I don't think it's going to be a severe thunderstorm type of criteria for you. Farther to the west we go. This is where, if you look closely, you can kind of see this overall general spin to the atmosphere. It's because this part of the storm, or this part of the line of storms, is moving east pretty quickly. This part has been a little bit slower, and so it does kind of create this little bit of a kink in the line, and that can imply a little bit of a circulation. We saw that circulation a little bit earlier, just northwest of Dayton, and that's why the severe thunderstorm warning was issued. There's a little bit of interesting activity going through, let's say, Springfield right now. Very quickly, what I want to do is I just want to change my radar over to some of the base velocity again. What this is going to help me do, I don't see a lot on the base velocity. Let me actually see if I can go back to the radial velocity on the radar. The reason I want to do that is just because, I'm actually seeing a little bit of maybe some weak rotation here. Going to have to watch this part carefully. I just want to step out of the way and check one thing. Let me see if I can get in a little bit closer. I can do this a little bit more easily when I'm sitting at the computer. And it sounds like the National Weather Service may have just issued something new. They extended the severe thunderstorm watch to the north and east. That's what's flashing right now on the screen. I can hear my printer going off in the background. So I knew that something was being issued, but I couldn't see it at the time on the monitor. Let me go back to that radial velocity. And again, I'm going to do this off camera. The reason I'm going to do this off camera is because I have a little bit more mobility with the mouse and keyboard than I do at the wall. Yeah, it's not a great signature there near Springfield, but there's some turning a little bit of the winds that I'm going to have to watch. I do want to go back over to some of the strongest part of the line, and this is what we typically look at when we look at a line of storms. I know it's not our typical look. I'll switch over to the normal look so you can kind of see. Here's the line of rain that's moving in, and typically along this line is where you have the gustiest of the winds, especially that leading edge, which right now is kind of pushing in from Lancaster, Good Hope down to Vinton. Eventually this is going to pass Nelsonville, Athens, New Lexington, Murray City. But inside that, when I switch to this different view, what it does give me a chance to do is look at some of the brighter greens or brighter red colors. There's a couple of bright pixels there and a couple of brighter red pixels there. That's an indication of where the winds are gustiest, and you'll see the sweep come along and update it. But I'm not really seeing anything that tells me that that line is strengthening or has any rotation. But there are a couple of little kinks in this line, and every now and then where you get those kinks, it's where some of the rotation can briefly spin up. Let me just reiterate some of the warnings here. I'm actually going to move to the warnings that are technically in our viewing area. Fairfield, Hocking, Pickaway County, that one's going to run until 4:15, and I'm probably going to stay with this through about 4:15 or so, also because there's storms moving through the metro, and I'll come back to those here in just a moment. If you're tuning in, I'm going to get back to the metro. I'm going to show you the standard radar view, but the severe thunderstorm warnings and one tornado warning that's out of our area still on the board, so to speak. So I don't see anything that's really showing me any major rotation. I do want to watch this area near Springfield. There's a little bit of minor rotation there, right above, almost where the dot in the eye is. Again, nothing at the moment that has me too concerned, but sorry, bear with me just one moment. So that's going to be, so Clark County essentially, which technically is not really our viewing area, although it does have the additional lines. That's why I asked, because the county itself is outlined in a little bit of this darker shade, but I had a feeling it wasn't technically in our viewing area, although of course we do often cover what's happening here because a lot of times that is what is moving our way. It is directly west of Columbus where a lot of our weather comes from. Heavier rain for sure. Just a couple of little minor spin-ups that is going to be the kind of signal for today. Most of this is going to be heavy rain, a good bit of lightning as well. The lightning has been pretty prolific. There's plenty of energy to work with. The temperatures are still into the 80s for most places, but look at where it's cooled down. Look at Washington Courthouse at 68 right now. So that's why the National Weather Service, once they've moved out of this area of the most intense severe weather, things have weakened, and the National Weather Service has been trimming back those severe thunderstorm watches. You can really see it's almost in two parts of the line. The southern part of this line has been racing east. This part of the line, which delayed the Indianapolis 500 by a few hours, that has been much slower. It's actually been lifting a little more to the north, and because of that, it's why you have a little bit of a spin here, almost directly over the junction between 70 and 75. Back in a little bit closer, we have the warnings that are ongoing. There was a gust of 49 miles per hour, Washington Courthouse. That's not quite. There's a gust of 68 miles per hour in Chillicothe within the last hour. I don't have exact times on those, but while I have those, let me see if any new reports have come in, because that is significant. If 68 verifies, that's a pretty significant wind gust. A couple of new reports. These are going to be new, so I'm going to go through these with you. So I'm going to try to remove that so we can get all the information here. I'm going to see if I can. If I have to, I'll zoom in off camera so I can get a little bit more information. So there was a gust here, 49 miles per hour. Let's see if I can get that one that's tucked in the back there. Large trees down in the Washington Courthouse area. This is the first one that we saw a little bit earlier. I was reporting on that one. This is a new one. Tree down on Gold Course, photo verified. So National Weather Service got some photo verification of this also at the same time, 3:15. Outside of that, it's not that necessarily we don't have any reports of anything, just nothing has come in just yet, or nothing has actually been reported. There may be some damage in some of these other areas. Think I hear my printer going off again, so I just want to check to make sure there's no new warnings. Looks like we're pretty good. I think it's this one that is now flashing is why my printer is going off. This line is probably going to continue with severe thunderstorm warnings all the way to the state line with West Virginia. I think once it passes on by, that part of the storm will be done. Still have to watch this one little area which has got that spin that I've been talking about over the past maybe 45 minutes or so. It still has a little bit longer. Here's a better look. If you're looking about lightning concerns, I'm not seeing as many lightning strikes across the metro as what we saw a bit earlier. This was my biggest concern, and it's why I really wanted to do this kind of wall-to-wall coverage, because I knew the line of storms was going to be moving through a very populated area. It may not necessarily be severe. We knew this part of the line was going to weaken a good bit, but there's a lot of people that are out and about today. It's a holiday, it's the weekend, it's Sunday, the weather's been overall pretty nice, very summer-like, and this is a bit of a concern when you have lightning strikes that are happening. Also, the heavy rain. These storms are moving at a good enough clip that I'm not expecting any flooding from this round, but later tonight we have the possibility for maybe a few more storms. And I'll be back on live on the air on 10 TV at 6:30 this evening with an update on what's going on. Of course, that's pending Gulf coverage not running over, but of course, we'll have to see what happens with that. One tornado warning still back to the west, and still watching a pretty good amount of lightning and some heavier rain that's moving through Clark County at the moment. Washington Courthouse, where we had those reports of some gusty winds and some trees down, I don't want to say things are clear, but you certainly don't have the heavy rain. You may have a few sprinkles or light drizzle coming down, but I think at least the worst of the storms are over for the moment. Another round may be possible later tonight, but that one's not going to have the heating of the day. So it's not expected to be necessarily severe and may produce much more heavy rain and be much more slow moving than this line. Look at the heavy rain that's moving through with this, and what I'm going to do here, I think my next slide will take the lightning off in just a moment, because I really want to show you what's going to happen with the intensity of some of the storms that are moving east now. When you're over near Dayton, the storms are kind of lifting to the north. Through Columbus, they're kind of moving north and east. This part of the line is moving to the east. There's a little bit of a north component here, but that tells me that these may have some gusty winds, and it's why those severe thunderstorm warnings are continuing to be extended. Likely are going to go all the way over to 77. We'll probably see these severe thunderstorm warnings continued. I'm happy to see that the line appears to be weakening a good bit. Even that little kind of swirl that was moving from Chillicothe up to Lancaster has weakened enough that I don't see the signature on radar, at least the reflectivity version of the radar. Still have the severe thunderstorm warning out, but I think these overall are weakening. I think the National Weather Service has been a little bit proactive in putting some of these warnings out because it is Sunday. The criteria of some of the storms may have been marginal, but with it being kind of a busy afternoon, socially outside, people are trying to be out and about. Again, I'm not seeing anything in the radial velocity that has me too concerned. Was a little bit of a spin there, moving just to the east of Lancaster now, but not seeing as much of that. Rain is going to continue for Columbus, I'd say at least for another 30 minutes or so. If you wait past that 30 minutes, you should get into a break. You'll probably still have some light drizzle or some light showers, but through the rest of the evening, after about 5 o'clock, I think you're going to have quiet conditions until after the sun goes down. Once we get to about 10 to maybe 11 o'clock tonight, I think you'll start to see maybe the radar become a little bit more active, and we are expecting showers and storms overnight, maybe into the early morning hours. Won't be everywhere, won't be full coverage, but there'll at least be that chance for rain. So give it another, I'd say maybe 30 minutes to 45 minutes from southwest to northeast. We'll start to see Columbus clear out. Some of these areas to the west may take a little bit longer because this isn't moving as quickly. So if you're maybe Marysville up to, say, Bellefontaine, Kenton, maybe Marion, probably going to take this a good bit longer to move through. It's moving much more slowly than, say, the line to the east is moving east, if that makes sense. Lancaster down to really the West Virginia line, moving at a much faster clip. You can certainly see that it's got some momentum to it. It's also why it's got the severe thunderstorm warnings, because it has that wind gust potential with it. Looking at the temperatures, it continues to drop in Washington Courthouse. Look at that, 67, 66 in Urbana. So if you haven't been a fan of this heat and humidity that's been in place, and I know some of you are not like me where you don't like the heat and humidity, I love it, but I can understand why you want it to go away. At least the showers, once they move through, it'll help to cool things down. May actually make for a much more pleasant evening after we lose the severe threat. And most of that severe threat was confined to our south and west. As those storms progress through, it's going to get weaker and weaker and weaker. So we're expecting a weakening trend from this entire line. And the last I checked, they did remove that tornado warning that was over closer to Dayton. I want to stay with this a little bit longer. I'm probably going to stay through at least 4:15 until the warning has expired. The severe thunderstorm warning has expired. But if you're just joining us, I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis here in the 10 TV studio. We are tracking storms, some severe that are moving through, but most of you in Columbus are getting a quick little downpour. Some of the wind gusts have been as high as 68 miles per hour. We saw that earlier. That was over in Chillicothe. That has come down a bit. We still have some 30 to 40, maybe 45 mile per hour gusts that are still ongoing. Still have a slew of warnings. Most of these are south and east of Columbus. I'll move them out of the way so we can kind of see the spread of warnings here. Fairfield, Hocking County until 4:15. I'll stay with that. 4:30 for Athens, Perry, Vinton, Meigs County. We've got a tornado possible warning here for this far extreme southern warning. The reason I mention that is because there are a few areas where there's that little spin up. Unlike the severe weather events that we've seen here over the past several months, and I know there have been many, this is a little bit of a different scenario. Most of those were actually pretty textbook Doppler radar signature. The storm is rotating and we're going to track it all the way across the area. That's not what the situation is today. The situation is we've got a line of thunderstorms that are producing some gusty winds, and you may get a quick little spin up. I used the analogy earlier in this broadcast where I said, if you've ever been in a canoe and you put your canoe in the water, your oar in the water, and it kind of creates a quick little eddy, a spin up in the water where you push the oar through, that's kind of what we're looking at. Some of these storms will act like that oar. They'll push through quickly and they can have a little spin up along the edge of some of the storms. So something to watch, and it's not something that can be easily tracked, and it doesn't have as impressive a radar signature. It's not something that looks as, for lack of a better term, as pretty and as textbook on the radar. Still a good bit of lightning here. If you're in any of these areas, definitely make sure you're seeking shelter indoors. Nelsonville, Lancaster, you still have a couple of lightning strikes, but really it's just more of a soaking rain that's moving through right now. If you're in Columbus, most of the city is dealing with rain right now, probably some ponding on the roadways. We're certainly looking at Interstate 70 dealing with some heavy rain within the last half hour. Give this another 20 to maybe 30 minutes from southwest to northeast. If you're on the northeast side, maybe Gahanna or even farther to the south and east, I think you have a little bit longer. Hilliard, you probably have maybe another, I'd say 15 to 20 minutes or so. Then you'll get a break. I'm not saying the rain is done completely, but you may get a break, or at least it'll come down to a manageable level where you can, be outside or get to the car, or hopefully, if you are going to be driving, I would allow a little bit more time for some of the runoff here, because some of the interstate roads or some of the areas may have a little bit of ponding, and it's going to be a little bit safer if you wait just a little bit longer. The one area that we were tracking back to the west of Columbus, and I kind of went along the line. By the way, just to mention, I said there were a couple of areas where we're seeing little notches in the line. Here's a new tornado warning just to the north and west of Charleston, West Virginia. The reason I point that out is because it's why I'm watching this like a hawk. It's why I keep going back to the same locations where I see a little bit of this rotation. We saw it near Dayton earlier. I'm watching it in this area into parts of maybe Clark County, maybe now approaching Urbana at this point, because there are going to be a few locations where we get that minor spin up. It's also one of the areas that have the most intense rainfall at the moment, the most energy in the atmosphere. Still have the severe thunderstorm watch. That's the area that's in pink, essentially for everyone, but it's starting to be trimmed back from southwest and will probably be trimmed back to the north and east. It's going to go until 8 p.m. You're probably going to be removed from that before that. I think Columbus will probably be taken out of that by 6 o'clock at the very latest, although we'll have to see how things move on. And of course, we still have the severe thunderstorm warnings. There is still what we call a special weather statement for areas to the west, which means that things aren't quite the criteria for severe thunderstorm warnings, but there's enough energy in the atmosphere, enough of a concern. The National Weather Service said, let's put out a special weather statement about this particular storm. It's producing some heavy rain, it's producing some lightning. If you're outdoors, certainly want to be making sure that you're seeking shelter. I'm glad I put this back on because I did want to see if there were any areas that had any potential spin up, any little bit of rotation that I'm detecting. I'm not seeing it here. It doesn't look as impressive as maybe the quick little spin up that we had north and west of Dayton a bit earlier. But I keep flipping back to this, and I know it may not mean as much to you, but for me as a meteorologist, this is really kind of our bread and butter when it comes to deciding what's happening inside the storm. This is what you want to see, though. This is going to show you how hard it's raining. And if you're in Columbus, again, take a quick look. You can see that most of the city is dealing with moderate rain at the very least, starting to see the back edge of this begin to move through, starting to see the pixels slowly work their way across the area. And I think once this exits the metro, we'll probably just switch this back to a regular live radar feed. But I definitely wanted to make sure we're keeping you updated on what's happening, because many of you probably had some questions about the severe weather, and a lot of times you can't see some of the lightning and the other things that are happening as well. If you're curious about temperatures, if you've been out and about, still close to 80 in Columbus, but know that these lower 70s and 60-degree temperatures are moving in. I'd say about an hour from now, we're probably going to be into the low 70s for Columbus, if we're not into the 60s. This rain is really going to help to cool you off, and it has done that in a big way in all the locations that the line has already moved through. Beyond that, I think we'll see things begin to quiet down. This threat for severe weather was mainly earlier in the day when this new update comes out. I believe the next update on this is at 4:30. I'll have to check and see if that's correct, but I think it's 4:30. They're probably going to trim this back and see a lot of this go away. We've used up most of the energy now in the atmosphere. The line has now progressed to the east. There's still a possibility of some redevelopment here, and we do have that on our radar, unintentionally saying it that way. But that's going to be later tonight. It will be likely after midnight for us here in central Ohio, carrying us through the early morning, with a few locations getting some scattered showers, but some locations potentially getting some heavier rain, especially the farther south of Columbus you go. Southern end of the line still progressing to the east. There's a little bit of a spin here that we'll keep an eye on, but a lot of this part of the storm is lifting to the north. Once that moves on by, I think things will really quiet down for this evening, at least through about sunset. After sunset, we could see a reinvigoration of some of the showers and storms. 46-mile-per-hour gusts in Lancaster within the last hour or so. Like to keep going back to this. We saw a 68-mile-per-hour gust in Chillicothe earlier. Haven't confirmed that. While I have it, let me actually go back to that map. I did this a little bit earlier, and we had some new information pop back up. Let me go back to our storm reports and see if anything new has popped up, because typically there is a bit of a delay here. Still have the same reports of some trees down and some gusty winds as they move through Washington Courthouse. Outside of that, it's just keeping our eye on these severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, there is a tornado possible wording with one of these storms, and it is the one that is much farther to the south. But once this line moves on by, I think the severe threat has pretty much abated from this. It's really going to be going away. If we can make it through this line, things will improve, and after the line moves by, that nice evening should begin to unfold. I'm not saying it's going to be completely rain-free, because you can see some of the areas with some light sprinkles or light showers moving through, but it's going to be much better than the heavy rain that's moving through right now, and will likely not contain any of the lightning that has me concerned for people that are going to be outdoors. I know it's a busy weekend. I know you probably have plans out to be outdoors. I definitely want to make sure that you're kind of updated with that. This is much quieter than the storms that rolled through a little bit earlier. Still, the severe thunderstorm warnings, here they are. They're not including or impacting Columbus at the moment. We see a couple of lightning strikes continuing, especially on the southeast side of the city. Most of these areas are going to be wrapping up the rain within the next 20 minutes or so, depending on where you are. So let's get in a little bit closer, track some of those showers. That latest lightning strike, really from Groveport, maybe up, maybe closer. Let's get in a little bit closer, see if we can get in a little bit closer, see if anything else pops up. Bryce here, Reynoldsburg is popping up on the map, but most of these areas, and I don't like to zoom in that closely when I don't have anything really specific to show you, because it just kind of looks like a jumbled mess at this point when I'm that close. Plus, I know a lot of you are in a lot of different locations, so a little bit of a broader view gives you an idea of what's going on. Columbus, still some steady rain. Wait another 20 minutes, and I think you'll see the rain let up. Won't stop completely, but it'll at least let up. If you're west of Columbus, things are improving, but you still have some heavier showers. If you're up to Marysville, to say Bellefontaine, I think you've got a good bit of heavy rain, probably one of the stronger storms on this leg. There's a little bit of rotation that appears to be trying to redevelop there. Let me go in real quick and just see if anything is popping up, because that is the one area earlier where we did have a tornado warning close enough to the area. Nothing is really kind of standing out to me. Let me zoom in a bit, because that's what I was able to do a bit earlier, and it was a much better presentation on the radar. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything that piques my interest, which is good. I like to stay ahead of it. But look carefully. See the bit of a spin that's overall in the atmosphere. Now, when we talk about tornado warnings, typically we want the rotation to be very tight to get an indication that we need to be concerned about a tornado. But a lot of times when you have this larger spin in the atmosphere, some of that spin, some of that rotation, that vorticity we call it, can be translated to some of these smaller cells that are producing a lot of energy in the atmosphere. So just an area that I want to keep an eye on, especially as this moves closer to Bellefontaine here. There's the line of severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me go back to moving the map. And the reason I'm going to do that is because there's still a tornado warning that I'm seeing pop up. This is the one that's closer to Charleston, West Virginia. Out of our viewing area, not something I need to break into on air here, because for our area we only have a couple of leftover severe thunderstorm warnings. Good bit of lightning here in our far southeastern reaches. I'm going to give this another maybe 5 minutes or so. I'm going to stay on for another 5 minutes here on the stream, and then what we're going to do is we're just going to switch this back to a radar so you can watch the radar the entire time and see kind of what's moving through. You can check back in. Hey, has the rain moved through? Is it safe yet? I will update you that the severe thunderstorm watch that's until 8 p.m. will probably not go until 8 p.m. We're going to see some of these counties begin to trim back. A few areas where we still have some severe thunderstorm warnings. Those too are being trimmed back. And a couple of areas, these special weather statements we've been talking about that National Weather Service says the storm is just below the criteria for severe thunderstorm warnings, so we can't issue a severe thunderstorm warning, but let's let the public know that there's a storm that bears a little bit of watching here. Columbus starting to clear out from southwest to northeast. The back edge of the rain is continuing to push through. I'm going to try to get this through the metro before I jump off the air here. Of course, many of you in, say, Delaware County, we're looking at the rain still having about another hour or so before it moves through completely. What I'm going to do very quickly, and I'll kind of roll through some of my graphics here, I want to just step off camera just to check if there's anything that's popped up while I've been at the weather wall. The good news is that the stuff that was a little closer to Dayton did weaken a good bit. That's what we were concerned about, a little bit of minor rotation. You can see some of the rotation there. I'm actually going to switch through that pretty quickly because this is the view that you want to see. You like to see the rain that's coming down depending on where you are. I think we're in pretty good shape. I think things are certainly improving. I'm just going to reset real quick. I'll jump through this. We'll kind of give you an overview and let you know what's happening. So again, I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis. I've been here with you for the past hour or so, just tracking the storms. We've seen some severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have a few that are in place. Thankfully, we haven't seen any tornado warnings in the area, although there was one closer to Dayton. We know these storms are going to impact your afternoon. A lot of people are outdoors. It's a holiday. It's the weekend. There's a lot going on around the city. And I just wanted to keep you updated, especially with some of the lightning that was moving through. Look how strong the storms were about an hour ago. A lot of lightning as this approached the city. And as expected, we knew these would be weakening once they moved on by. Again, I'll stay with this just a little bit longer. We'll see this continue to weaken. But of course, if there is any quick little spin up, we'll jump on the air if a tornado warning is something that's going to be issued. Areas behind this are starting to weaken. I paused because I heard my printer go off. I wanted to make sure there was no, oh, that's rain I'm hearing on the roof. Okay, I thought it was my printer going off, but I can hear rain on the roof, and you can actually see we're located about right there. There are some pockets of some heavier rain. Overall, we haven't had terribly heavy rain, but there is one little cell that's popped up here. And I think that's the heaviest I've heard it rain here at the station since I've been working here. You can see some of the heavier rain now lifting to the north. Once that passes, look behind this. You get some lighter rain, but I think there's going to be some clearing. I'm trying to be the optimist. I think by maybe 6 o'clock or so, maybe 6:30, we could get into a situation where we have a beautiful evening. Temperatures will have come down. It may still be a little bit on the humid side. It's going to be difficult to try to get a lot of that humidity out of the air, but we're wringing some of it out with some of these storms. But the temperatures will certainly have cooled down, and heading into the evening, it may be quite pleasant. Certainly much more comfortable if you're not a fan of those 80-degree temperatures. Severe thunderstorm watch continues until 8 p.m. Few thunderstorm warnings here that are exiting the area. A little bit longer for these. If a spin-up shows up from these, I will certainly be here watching those, but for the vast majority of the populated areas, things are on the up. We're improving a good bit. Still watching that area of spin that's been moving from Dayton now, lifting a little farther to the north near Urbana, is going to be approaching Bell Fountain, Marysville, Delaware right now. You're kind of dealing with it, but I think you only have about another hour or so of some rain in those locations, and then you'll see things begin to improve. And I don't think you're going to have to deal with any severe weather. Maybe a little gusty at times. Your winds may pick up a bit. For Columbus, things are improving. In fact, I think once that quick little cell rolled across the station, I don't hear the rain at least falling anymore here at the station on the roof. And I think we're starting to break into some clearing quite nicely. Beyond that, things certainly weakening a bit, even though the line is a little bit stronger here, but weakening as this line moves east, still has some gusty winds. And if you're, say, from Athens, maybe over to Marietta, McConnellsville, Zanesville, Cambridge, just watch this part of the line. It still has enough energy that it could be producing some gusty winds. A lot of lightning with it as well. If you're outside or know someone that's outside, maybe a good time to come indoors, let the storms pass, and then the rest of the evening should be pretty good. Again, just a few active alerts left, but the city is looking pretty good. I'm not seeing anything, or I haven't seen anything that's been popping up on these wind displays. But overall, I like where we're headed. I think it's a good improvement. The forecast seems to be right about what we expected. We knew a line was coming through about this time. Look at the temperatures behind it. If you're a fan of the 60s as opposed to the 70s and 80s, your time is coming. Give it another hour or so before the rain moves by, and I think you'll see a pretty pleasant afternoon. Otherwise, we're getting rid of the severe weather threat. Here's the satellite and radar. I will leave you with that as the storms continue to push on through, but they are exiting. Most of the severe threat is starting to diminish, especially after these storms cool us down and begin to stabilize the atmosphere a bit. I'm still here. I'm still going to be here in the Weather Center. We will leave the radar up for you for the foreseeable future, as long as the storms are still in the area. And if you're out and about, I hope you have a safe and happy rest of your Memorial Day. Make sure you tune back in at 6:30 for 10 TV News. I'll be here along with the latest news, weather, and sports. Good afternoon. I'm meteorologist Rob Ellis. We are watching a tornado warning that is still moving to the north, but does clip part of Crawford County. Now, we haven't necessarily broken into the PGA because most of this storm is actually in Richland County. We're going to keep our eye on it. The rotation that is associated with this is right about there, but I have been watching a couple of other locations which are including some minor rotation. I'm going to keep watching this. Again, if you are in Crawford County, just keep an eye on it. It just clips this northeastern part of the county, should move to the north and eventually exit the county completely. But of course, a couple of areas that we want to keep our eye on. I will be watching this. We will have our news update starting at 6:30, but of course, you can always get online and check us out there. I'll be streaming, tracking the storm as it moves off to the north. We still have a severe thunderstorm watch in place until 8 p.m. And some of the colors. Watch the brighter colors. I'm going to stop the radar there. I just wanted to let it loop for a moment, but I wanted to show you where the strongest rotation was. I'm going to back the radar up. You'll still have the time stamp. This is going back in time. There's where some of the rotation was quite strong. You can see some of the brighter colors, this couplet, those right next to each other. This implies a circulation. There was also an additional circulation a little farther to the west that I was tracking as well. That circulation has continued to lift to the north, but there's no warning for this part of the storm. although the warning box, which is outlined here in red for the tornado warning, does clip this northeastern corner of Crawford County. But it is Richland County where that rotation was much, much tighter. It did tighten up at times. Again, this was about 10 minutes or so ago. And then as I show you the live version, the closest version of this, the most recent, 613, because this is live, you can see the rotation doesn't look quite as impressive. Northern part of Crawford County, there is still a minor circulation here. It is not tight. It is something that I'll keep watching, but by that point, it will have exited our viewing area. And again, we want to make sure that the folks that we have the responsibility of, we are keeping an eye on it. So there's the tornado warning. Again, as we get in a little bit closer, you can see it's essentially moved a little farther to the north. I have a feeling when the next update comes out, probably within about a minute or so, that they will drop, more than likely will drop Crawford County from the tornado warning, and we'll just leave it in place for Richland County, probably Huron County as well, because that's where it's moving to. We'll keep that in mind as we watch this. It did have a little bit of that hook signature as it lifted north, but was not looking necessarily textbook. So this was some minor rotation. It tightened up at times, and the Weather Service was keyed into that. The tornado warning box with that was extended out a little bit wider. And the reason why is because the cell can meander a little bit. In fact, this overall system that's been moving through has shown a little bit of rotation. So in other words, one of the cells may take a little bit of a left turn here and pinwheel around. And I think that's what the National Weather Service was contending with. In fact, this box that you're looking at, this polygon we call it, was almost due north when the storm was first issued a tornado warning for. Now it's a little bit west of north. So there's some rotational aspect of that in the larger view that we'll have to watch for. If you are not in those locations, if you are in elsewhere, other locations, maybe over to east of Zanesville, we are still seeing some locations with a severe thunderstorm watch in place until 8 p.m. This is probably going to all be dropped as the storms continue to push on through. We've continued to see the severe thunderstorm warnings push to the east. Most of the area saw storms today. Things are a little bit quieter now. We are getting a bit of a break, and we'll expect a chance for maybe a few more showers and storms during the overnight. If you're in the city right now, things have improved. There's a couple of showers that are still ongoing. Farther to the north, this is where there's a little bit more potential. You can actually make out a little bit of the spin here, almost directly over Crawford County. However, it's Richland County that had the tornado warning. So again, we're just tracking this along with you so that we kind of keep you updated on what's happening. If you saw our live coverage kind of in between a commercial there on the PGA Tour, wanted to make sure that we weren't covering up programming because this part of the county was under the warning, but I don't think was under the greatest threat for the storm. It was really this cell. Watch it as it lifts to the north. Most of this just brushed by Crawford County, but the rotation was really into Richland County. So I wanted you to be aware of that. In fact, it looks like they just issued a new tornado warning. Does not include, this time, does not include Crawford County. So you are now good in Crawford County. Although still in Richland County, if you are watching us from there, just know that there's a little sliver of rotation, a little sliver of the box here where that storm has yet to push on through. Probably another 15 minutes or so before that is finally lifted. Farther to the south, things are quiet. I'm just going to roll through this just because I do have a couple of slides in here where you can see some of the rain exiting. We'll watch these storms, anything that's left. Most of the temperatures have cooled down quite a bit. We're now into the 60s compared to the mid-80s, which is where we were earlier. And again, things are improving. Now that the severe weather threat is diminishing, I think we're going to be good even into the overnight. But a few showers and storms could still pop up even after this moves on by. In fact, when I pull the map to the west, you can see, okay, yeah, here comes round two that we've been talking about. Most of this round will stay to our south. It's likely going to stay maybe from Cincinnati and points to the south, but there may be a few counties in there where a few of these showers and storms develop. The severe threat is diminished from what it was earlier in the day today, mainly because this is happening during the coolest part of the overnight when it arrives here. But still something I want you to be aware of and something that we're going to be tracking during the overnight hours. Looking ahead, wind gusts are still pretty gusty out there, still some breezy conditions. We're now kind of into the warm sector. So when I say that, I know it's cooler than it was earlier in the day, but we still have the kind of humidity that was in place. That's not really changed a whole lot. The winds are still strong out of the south and southwest. And just to reiterate, we do still have a tornado warning that we're tracking, but it has now exited our viewing area. Crawford County was the last of that warning, but that has since been removed. Farther to the east we go. You can see there's a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings as I move the map that are continuing to race to the east from Canton down past into the West Virginia state, past the state line. Most of that's going to continue exiting. We'll get a break. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have a complete update in our forecast coming up in our newscast at 6:30. We'll kind of let you know what to expect for tonight. We'll walk you through the forecast for Memorial Day and look ahead to, thankfully, some much drier weather. The good news is these warnings are really exiting east and exiting north. If you're in really almost anywhere else, you're looking pretty good. Those storms are going to be wrapping up. Again, we're going to leave you here with our radar tracking this. I'm going to prep for the 6:30 newscast. Make sure you join us there on 10 TV. We'll have all the latest updates on news, weather, and sports. It's happening, a lot happening today around the area because it is a holiday weekend. Continue to keep it tuned right here. Again, we'll put you back on radar, so make sure we are following the storms as we watch the last of the severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings exit the area here in the 10 TV Weather Center.
6:30, one person shot and killed overnight inside a Columbus hookah lounge. The latest on that investigation and how this is fueling one mother's fight for peace. Plus, Columbus police still looking for suspects in a shooting that left one person dead years ago. Details in tonight's Crime of the Week. And it's an event full of strawberries. How the new city center, or the Center City Dora, is affecting this year's Jenny's Strawberry Jam. 10 TV News at 6:30 starts right now. Well, now at 6:30, severe thunderstorms rolling through portions of central Ohio this afternoon. We have a break right now for portions of us, but a second round of showers on the way. Thanks for joining us this evening for 10 TV News at 6:30. I'm Colin Dorsey. Our Doppler 10 weather team expecting a pretty wet start to Memorial Day tomorrow, with storms bringing in some winds and potential flooding into our area tonight and into the morning. Meteorologist Rob Ellis joins us now to break down what we could see in the second round of storms.
As you mentioned, we're kind of between those two rounds. So the first round is exiting, but it did come with some severe weather, including some pretty gusty winds. Overall, though, most of the watches and warnings are starting to die down. We're seeing those begin to exit. These are being trimmed back. And the earlier tornado warning for parts of Crawford County, it was really for mostly Richland County, that is exited. Here's round one. As it exits, we should get a good bit of a break, but I think there's going to be a little bit of redevelopment before round two begins to arrive. Now, here's the difference. Round two is arriving in an air mass that is significantly cooler and also significantly more stable than the previous air mass. We were up into the mid-80s when that first round came through. Now we've cooled down in the wake of that system into the 60s and 70s. That's not as much energy for these storms to work with. So anything that's left over will exit. Over the next several hours, we should get a little bit of a break, but after about maybe 10 or 11 o'clock, we should see some showers and storms redevelop. Not expecting the possibility of severe weather, but these could come with some heavy downpours. That'll likely continue into the early part of tomorrow. And yes, a few showers and storms possible through about midday on Memorial Day before we eventually clear things out. So there's that chance for showers and storms overnight. I'll be back with a look at a little bit more of Memorial Day's forecast, including a cool down and a drier pattern that's on the way.
All right, Rob, thanks. New tonight, two shootings spanning just a week apart near hookah lounges in Columbus, totaling 4 deaths. 3 were killed last weekend, a shooting outside a lounge near Italian Village. Then this morning, one man shot and killed on Cleveland Avenue. A 38-year-old man is dead after an overnight shooting in Blendon Township. It happened at a hookah bar around 3:30 this morning. Police say the victim, Devin Ball, was taken to Riverside Hospital where he died. 10 TV's Carla Rogner is live at that scene with what we know right now. Carla.
Yeah, Colin, the building behind me is where police say it happened. It's called No Cap, It's Hookah. This is on Cleveland Avenue near the Morse Road intersection. And you can see there's really not too many signs here indicating what happened before the sun came up this morning. Blendon Township police officers responded to the hookah lounge around 3:35. There they found 38-year-old Devin Ball had been shot. He was taken to Riverside Hospital where he died. But we still don't know exactly what led up to the shooting. I talked to Brenda Johnson of Mothers of Murdered Columbus Children today about this latest homicide. It comes after last weekend's violence where 5 people were killed in shootings across the city, including the shooting near another hookah lounge where 3 were killed. Johnson says this violence motivates her to continue the fight for peace.
The gun's down. It's not worth it, I'm telling you. I mean, jail or a grave, which one? We need more people to join us in our effort and push for a safer city because, I mean, I can't bring my son back, but I have grandkids and I need these streets safe for my grandkids and they need the streets safe for their kids and grandkids.
Yeah, police don't have a suspect yet in this shooting. Anyone with information should reach out to the Blendon Township Police Department. Also, it's important to note, we checked and the lounge was open when the shooting happened this morning. It closed around 5 o'clock this morning. Also, we did reach out to police to ask if this location has been an issue in the past, but Colin, we're still waiting to hear back. Back to you.
All right, Carla, thanks. And here's what we know about that shooting last week that Carla mentioned outside a hookah lounge near Italian Village. It happened at the intersection of Summit Street and East 5th Avenue. We know 3 people were killed and 3 more were injured during the gunfire. Columbus police still haven't made any arrests in that shooting and are looking for any information on who did it. Police have opened an online portal on their website for people to submit anonymous tips and any evidence they might have. And we've made it easy to do that. Just go to 10tv.com/featured links, then click on the link for this story to go right to that site. Also new this evening, 2 people are dead, including a 15-year-old in a 2-vehicle crash out of Pickaway County. The Pickaway County Sheriff's Office says the teen was driving at the time of the crash. It happened Wednesday evening around 7:30 on Kingston Adelphi Road near Route 159. 15-year-old John Curtis and 46-year-old Joe Curtis were driving a Hyundai headed east when they drove into the other lane and hit a Ford truck. Their car went into a ditch and the truck landed on top of them. Joe Curtis was found dead by first responders. John died yesterday in the hospital. New at 6:30, 2 teenage boys are facing felony charges. They're accused of firing the shots last night at Easton Town Center. It happened just before 9 on Gramercy Street near the Shake Shack. Columbus police say the 2 boys, a 17 and 16-year-old, fired shots toward people at the mall. Thankfully, no one was hurt, but one business was damaged by a bullet. The teens are each facing 7 charges, including 4 counts of felonious assault. In a statement to 10 TV News, Easton says the mall was not locked down, but access to the area where the shooting happened and the west garage was restricted. Meanwhile, we are learning someone is in custody this evening after firing gunshots in Gahanna. Police tell us it happened shortly after 3 this afternoon on Agler Road. No one was hurt and police are still investigating. Well, now to Central Ohio. Crime Stoppers Crime of the Week. Police are looking for a group of men responsible for a deadly shooting in Columbus back in 2017. This is Marcellus Barnes. He died in that shooting on June 29th, 2017. Police responded to a shots fired call at a BP gas station on East Main Street. There, they found a juvenile victim. That victim was hospitalized. Then, about an hour later, police found Barnes nearby and he died at the scene. To this day, police still don't have any suspect information, but investigators say the victims were in an altercation with another group of men at the time of that shooting. If you have any information, you can give your anonymous tip to Central Ohio Crime Stoppers at 614-461-TIPS. You could earn a cash reward. And new tonight, it's day 2 of the Jenny's Strawberry Jam Festival at Land Grant Brewing Company. It's a celebration of all things strawberry, delicious ice cream, and for adults, strawberry beer. This weekend marks 5 years for the event at Land Grant. A Gravity Experience Park and an innovative tap room are all new this year. Live music wrapped up the fun just a little more than an hour ago. We talked to Land Grant about how this newly approved City Center Dora changes the experience this year.
We've been pushing for a downtown Dora for a long time, so we're really excited about it, and I think it's just going to bring a lot of increased activity to all the businesses downtown.
And the City Center Dora runs all through downtown Columbus and into parts of Franklinton. Now, for those who don't know what a Dora is, that is a designated outdoor refreshment area where people can drink outside in certain places. The city says in the next week or so, it will hand out materials to participating businesses. We also talked with Downtown Columbus Incorporated earlier this week. They say they're excited to bring this into the community.
The community told us that they really enjoyed it in other parts of the region, and we're able to now have it in downtown. So all the wonderful establishments that we have, you can get a drink there and you can walk and see these perfect public spaces.
And the City Center Dora hours are from 11 to 10 every day. Still ahead, it's an event that brings hundreds of thousands to Central Ohio. Tonight, the 30-year celebration of the Columbus Asian Festival wraps up. But first, former President Donald Trump met with a mixed reaction while fighting for support from libertarians this weekend. We'll hear from the crowd coming up next.
And we've dealt with round 1. That has moved through. It's cooled things down a bit, but now we turn our attention to the next system. This is the one that may impact us overnight. But what are the impacts? I'm going to break that down for you, let you know what to expect. Stay with us.
A good few hours before that latest round of rain moved in.
And I think the timing of that, it was the
really
line
almost
of storm was pretty well behaved,
Yeah.
let's be honest. And so I'm glad we didn't see more issues from it, but there were some areas that had some gusty winds. Still have another round that we're tracking. So let me kind of show you a look outside, because this picture, and I'm going to leave it up for a moment, look at how quickly the clouds are still moving by. There are still some pretty gusty winds out there, even though we are between two rounds. Still a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. So there's still some issues out there with some higher humidity and the next round moving through, but I'm not as worried as I was for maybe the first round that came through. Still some concerns. We're sitting into the upper 60s right now. South winds continue. Some of these gusts, by the way, some of the gusts with the line earlier were as high as 50 to 60 miles per hour, and not in all locations, but in a few locations. And most recently, now at 39 miles per hour, this number was 53 miles per hour as of less than about an hour or so ago. Wider picture, you see this storm exiting. I turn your attention to the next system. Now, there's quite a bit of travel time here, and the majority of this should move almost due east, which is going to put it really south of most of our area. But there are a couple of storms in here that are pretty textbook for what we would define as a supercell thunderstorm that's producing a tornado. That is concerning for these areas, and will probably be concerning as we head into the evening for southern Illinois, Indiana, parts of Kentucky. But I think that system is going to weaken a good bit as it moves this way. One, it's heading into the overnight where there's not as much energy. And while this system has exited, it's used up a lot of the energy that's been in place. Temperatures are certainly much cooler. We're closer to 70 than we are to 85, which is where we were earlier in the day today. So there's a few things working against that system really being as powerful as the first one that came through. But I do think it could produce some gusty winds at times. Really, this concern is going to be for heavy rain. Now, this particular hour-by-hour forecast is not showing as much activity as maybe some of the earlier runs. But after I think about maybe 11 o'clock or midnight, depending on where you are, could see some scattered showers, a few thunderstorms develop. Those may continue into the overnight hours, even through about sunrise or so. And then we see some of that exit. But I still think even for parts of Memorial Day, even into the afternoon, we could have a couple of pop-ups. But the trend here is to get this system to exit. Although a couple of isolated showers or thunderstorms couldn't be ruled out, I'm still hoping for a good bit of sunshine for the second half of the day on Memorial Day. So your forecast for Memorial Day, showers possible in the morning with an isolated thunderstorm, maybe becoming scattered thunderstorms as we get through about midday. Temperatures starting out in the 60s. Heading into the mid-70s to maybe as high as 80 degrees, especially if we break into sunshine. If we stay more clouded over, you may not quite be able to make it up to around 80 degrees. Depends on where you are. But look at this. Over the next 5 days, that's going to make Colin very happy with those cooler temperatures. High temperature of 70 degrees, a little too chilly for my taste as we head into the end of May, almost June. Looking ahead at the 7-day forecast, don't worry, we pop right back up into the 80s by the time we get into the weekend. And this coming pattern looks to be much drier. I skipped past the 7-day there, but I'm going to bring it back up for you because the pattern is going to be much drier as we head into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Definitely looks like a much drier and less stormy pattern, which is a bit of good news.
Yeah, like you said, that's 70.